Testing, testing. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, audio test. Okay, it was a bit delayed for me. That's working. Yes. Let me just write down the to-dos for today. Okay. So yesterday I needed a bit of a break from the features, and I discovered that the GLX OpenGL loader for X11 was still linked at the compile at the link stage and not dynamically loaded. So I broke that out, and it is now just as OpenGL is loaded dynamically at runtime. And I mean, the main benefit is that the program can now display error messages if the library is not found, instead of just crashing. But it's also nice to decouple all the symbols that GLX brings with it and have them in 2 files. So I did that, and I implemented FXAA. I had an implementation of it from a previous project, so I took that and threw it in the game. The main thing about FXAA is that it needs frame buffers, and the OpenGL version that I target, which is 1.2, I believe, 2.1, sorry, it doesn't have frame buffers. So in order to get the frame buffer, I check the extensions that are available, and if the frame buffer extension is available, this is the name for it. If this is available, then I will enable the feature. Yes. What this entails is, in the rendering, I have a begin render call, begin rendering function, and here I have to set up the FXAA, which resizes the FXAA texture, which is just the same size as the frame buffer. And the bigger part is at the end of rendering, which is here, the end fxaa call it binds the frame buffer as a texture. So the whole game is rendered into this frame buffer here, and the fxaa takes this frame buffer as a texture and renders it through an fxaa shader onto a quad that is the size of the screen. So the whole game gets rendered into a texture. The texture gets sent through the fxaa shader and is displayed on the screen. And the fxaa shader is a giant mess. It's this here. So I'm not sure how useful that is, but it's basically doing some magic. I'm not sure exactly what it does. I'm quite sure I at some point knew what it did, but that's not that important for me right now. I know that I can adjust it with these 3 parameters and it works. So not sure if you can see it on screen, on stream, but maybe here with the font you can see it. But all the edges are much softer now. And yeah, I think it looks much better. fxaa is pretty light in terms of performance impact, but its effect is also pretty light. But I like it. So yeah, that's what I did. Today I worked on the debuffs, which for the longest time were just counters, 1 counter for each debuff. So if the hero is poisoned, the poison timer on the entity would be set to 20, for example, and then tick down each turn. And when it reaches 0, the hero is no longer poisoned. I changed that because it became a hassle to update or to how do I say this? It became difficult to implement all the tasks that depend on the timer. So, for example, the decrementing of the debuff timers were a large number of if statements. Then the particle effects were a large number of if statements, and so on. So I made debuffs into a separate struct. I combined them with the enchantments, which are now also buffs. I merged buffs and debuffs into a single struct, this buff struct, and updated the code base with this new thing. The best thing that came from this is the debuff entity function, which is super easy now. And yeah, generally checking the debuffs like this has become much easier. What I want to do next is, so I had all these timers and now I just have one debuff. The debuff looks like this. This is the buff. It's a type, one of these, and a timer. So that's basically it. The entity now has a buff and a debuff, and just one of those. And I want to make it so that the player can have multiple debuffs or buffs at a time, and of course the enemies as well. It was possible to have multiple debuffs before. I removed that with the argument that being blinded and hallucinating at the same time is not that important. And if I only have one debuff at a time, there is some room for player moves here. So if I'm poisoned and about to die, I could drink a hallucination potion, for example, to save myself, because the poison debuff will get overwritten. So that was my line of thinking. Well, actually, I'm not sure if I should make these debuffs plural. The reason why I'm now thinking about making them arrays again is that it feels very gamey to have one debuff remove the other, and that does take away from the sense of being in a world. So there's a balance here, of course. And right now the weapons can also have only one enchantment. I like it this way because it's easy to think about. But on the other hand, it may be too limiting. the reason why I changed the debuffs was to have a better looking function and an easier to understand function for the visual effects. So the zombies here are, I think, paralyzed or tranquilized, and I have added these particle effects to show that. That would have been a huge pain beforehand. But now it's pretty easy. Maybe what I'll do, because I'm not sure about the debuff arrays now that I thought about it more. I still have the remaining to do from the features. Come on. 156. That is afflictions visual. What called? I have that. The bottle explosion signal handler. So if I'm not sure if I had this on stream last time, but the zombies here carry the bottles and they drop them sometimes. And okay, they didn't move. I was asking myself why they didn't move, but they are all paralyzed. So the goal in this feature is that these bottles have some kind of an explosion effect. So if the bottle falls on the floor, it may spew toxic gas or catch fire. To make this a bit more fun, I was thinking about giving them a timer. So the bottle falls on the floor, starts smoking, and after some amount of time, it either spews toxic gas or maybe an explosion. Would be fun to check out explosions. And also, if you hit the bottle with an arrow, for example, it'll explode. Check for stone tiles. So let's say because if it goes off immediately upon being dropped, then that's lame. Because there's no chance for the player to anticipate this, even if they know that it might happen. So it should have some kind of a timer. Let's call it okay. Let's first list what it needs to do. Smoke, Spew toxic gas. Spew burning liquid. For some time, then so yeah, I don't check for stone tiles. But how do I? How does the bottle know? Let me take a look at the object of the bottle. That's this. That's 397. Not sure if I have that somewhere. Okay, I hand it to the undead. If I look in the items, I have what's in these signals? So I have the item signal handler, but I don't have a routine. Oh, this plays into the elements that I wanted to change for the longest time. I'm not sure if that's possible. Okay, they are in the entities. Are these different from the routines? They're not. Okay. That's a plan. Let's call this routine. Or do routine. And if that's the NPC turn. There's no turn for the turn element. I cannot name this turret because there's already function here. But of course I can name this turret shot. And this turret. So what I want to do is unify these two functions here, because they are essentially the same. And by the way, I had a bug, and that was here. I need to update the entities on all layers every turn, or else the entities on the other layers where the hero is not present will lag behind, because their turn counter will not get updated. And if the hero emerges to the layer of these lagging entities, they will update 60 turns or more in a second. And that looks funny, but it's of course not what I want. I could update all the entities with the current player turn, but the penalty of updating them every time is really not that great. So let's just do that. Redeclaration. You're kidding me. Where am I? G game. Okay, it's again GCC not understanding phrases. And me neither, so that's fair. Let's see if this no, that's not what I wanted. Oh yeah, now every entity on the heroes layer got updated 3 times. That's also not what I want. Go on. Okay, now nothing gets updated. Here. Finally. Okay. So I want to combine these. That's not because there's any real benefit to it, other than me not having to care about 2 functions that are essentially the same, that are confusing me every time I look at them. I came here through the putrid flask that needs to explode. And yes, the flask needs a routine. The flask needs something like this that gets called every turn. Why is this still here? Oh. It's here for... in case it's here just for the index. So... yeah, I think it's time to tackle this. It should not be hard. What is this turret? Oh, okay. It may be hard. Signals and entities. This is entities. Signal handler. So these would need to be... these enums here would have to be object indices. Because I need a mnemonic for the routine. Action. Yeah. I mean, this should still just work. But NPC, or this is the signal handler. Okay, this is something else. This is not the routines. Routines are here. Yeah, that was it. That was it. So the elements don't have a routine. A routine is essentially just an array of functions. But for the elements, which are gameplay elements, as opposed to NPCs, they have a fixed function that gets called for them every turn. And these are the routines. So the difference is this burn function only ever gets called by the burn object. But this vanish function may be called by all entities. And it is true that these are much more specific. Much more specific. So the question is, where do I put this for the flask? The flask is more here. But how do I... How do I make this more universal? Put the flask here. And I say... This is just a test. To see how this fits here. I have the flask. Then I have a timer on the flask. Which may be... if entity, the expiration timer is less than, well, let's say 10, return else, spawn explosion and kill the entity. I mean, that would be it. But that would not be flask action. That would be something like this. Or even better, maybe I have a fuse. Repeat, turn success, and then after that I have this. Explode or something. Then I can say the flask routines. What is it called down here? Put routine would be idle to fuse explode. So this would work, I guess. And then then I can give this entity a debuff maybe. I'm not sure if that's... No, I just give it the emitter. The smoke emitter. So these routines... I wonder if... Well... it's... I mean, it's tempting, but... This goes into the direction of an own... of a ad hoc programming language. If I say that... Okay, I have this... What is... Wait, what is easy... What is easy to understand? Awfully few of them here. What is the burner, spiker, slider, quicksand? Oh, that's also not good. So this spawner, well, I don't know if I like this. Not at all. Problem is that these pause and meander, all these routines, they're not, assigning them is not expressive enough. They're a black box. But I need them for complex behaviors. So basically I need re-entrant functions. So I don't really see an alternative. So if I have to have them, then it would be an error to split them into smaller parts. So they should be relatively substantial. Chase, wander, meander. Where's the... Where's the turret action hidden? Where did it go? Oh, okay. um, Signal. Oh God, this is kind of a mess. Tried rewriting this a couple of days ago, but I aborted. Did try, but I'm not sure why. I'm really stuck on these functions. So, I mean, the problem still is, where do I put the behavior of the flask? Where will that reside? I mean, normally it would be in the element, I guess. So case flask. Like this. Yeah. What I did was okay, just tweaks. It was before stream. So turn element and do routine. How do I get the elements in here? Turn NPC. Here are the elements. What is different? The NPC has a speed. Why is the inventory not updated? That's weird. Turn elements. What does this do? Nothing. It just calls the functions. And here, if for the NPCs, updates the story. And then plans. And then some indicators. So this is all planning. The only thing that's different is this here, which is change properties of entity contingent on story state. I mean, it's unused. Let's throw that away. Have I another example of this? No. I'll get to that. That was you. Update story and story entity. That can go. Let's check where else this was called. Nowhere. So this is now only concerning item, only concerning routines. Decrease in combat Status, okay. Sure, there's a reason why this is here. Reset. Okay. To the routine. Okay, I mean, I can just, if I set these in the elements, if I turn these mnemonics into routines, I can just push the elements through here and have them execute their idle routine, just like the NPCs. I just have to set those. But I should be relatively easy. Unless the problem is, I know this is bad. The problem is that I set the routines on the entities, but the routines, they're basically dynamic, which is bad. They should be static, meaning they should not be changeable at runtime. And with runtime, I mean while the game is running. The problem is that I want the flask is an item. And an entity, depending on where it is. If it's in the inventory, it's an item. If it's in the world, it's an entity. The items in the inventory don't have routines. So, because I set routines when entities are created, if I place a flask in the world afresh, then the routine is set on the entity. But if I pick up the flask, all the routines get wiped when it enters the inventory, because that's just an item struct. It's not a real entity. If I put the item then on the floor, it turns into an entity again, but the routines are still gone. So that's also not a good solution. Well, another fact is that these here are the only routine those entities will have. So there's no chain of routine tasks for the elements. It's just always this one thing. So I could also say I set these as the contingency plan. That would work with this code, because of the contingency plan, which is normally for something like low health emergency behavior. The contingency plan, if it's set, could also always be executed. So the contingency plan is currently only in the entity, but I can place it here because this is unused. So if I have this element here, I can rename this. Well, that's the question. What do I rename this? Well, it doesn't matter for right now. But instead of this type, I put the contingency plan right here. That's also kind of stupid. How well is it? And here, this would become explode or something. Or timed explosion. But that's also, I mean, this could quickly become too limiting. So have to have a way of assigning teens to items. So another solution would be make a lookup table for routines that items can reference, items and item to entity, so the problem items must have gameplay functions called each turn. I went down the items are entities route. I think it was the day before yesterday. And I hit a roadblock there. And the roadblock is that all entities in the game are allocated on the heap, but not as you might imagine in some kind of a fancy allocator, but just with malloc. And the problem with the items as entities is that items have inventories, entities have inventories. So you have basically a graph. I have a graph of entities. If I make the items entities, right now they are just structs with no references, and that complicates everything so much, especially the cleanup and even the movement of entities gets annoying. So that's not an option. Entities cannot, items can not be represented purely by entities. Last item needs behavior, that's called each turn. Actually, I could. Couldn't I solve this with signals here? Item signal handler. To say case proximity if type if this is the flask, whatever the number is, then do the expiration timer increase. And explode here. I mean, that's not so pretty. I hate that it's also scattered. It's not all Evenly abstracted. Evenly abstracted, yeah. Take a short break. Check if the combat timer is set for all or only putting in TTs. Check if ENT is called in inventory in I to E. So okay, let's throw this away. Save this and throw everything away. I have this entity. Initialize combat properties here. That doesn't sound good. This should be called in the new item, not here, but here. If I turn an item into an entity, if this function is called, I can say case flask contingency plan is explosion, or I can say put the routine here for the explosion. So that would solve that. Because I don't want to have the explosion routine in the signal handler. Because the proximity, because the flask should explode if whether the player is there or not. So that's basically it. So new entity. Is initialize entity called here? Yes. It's called on all entities. Yeah. Spotted a problem here. Potential problem. So if I'm in the initialize entity function, yeah, I don't want this to be a buff. I want the putrid flask to have a routine. And a problem I saw was the combat timer. Okay, so this is for NPCs. If I push the elements through here, or the items for that matter, this muttering, ignore if entity has no combat routine. Okay, this solves it. This solves it. That's good. I'm thinking about these flags and how they are. How they might need to be buffs. Put that down. We can push the items through here. Let's look at the item signal handler. Used. I mean, I think this distinction is good. Well, and then I would have to make these routines. Well, not really. I would have to turn NPC. So items that just don't get a turn. What was this here? Turn NPC, turn element. Good. Objects, elements. Pick up ground colors. Okay, that's easy. Mm. Tile. Okay, so all I want is for all object types to have routines. That is the goal. Let me write that down. Make all object types be able to have routines. So for that to work, they all have to pass through this function. So this function becomes do routine, do task, do routine. And advances routine of E at P. So this was gone. Do routine. And there's not much more here. Decrease combat, in combat status. Do task, do the other stuff. And this here. Weapon equipped, okay. Where's this item? It's this, okay. I mean, that's basically it. And let's look at turn element. If it's not in the layer of the hero, return. I don't get that. Don't really get that. Might be bad if I remove this. But YOLO. Okay, so let's make this official. Bring them together. This is the same. This is the same. This has this bead. Update the inventory, that's okay. And that's okay. So that's a mighty change, I think. At least it's a scary one. So let's go back to the element turn. And this goes down here. Actually, let's put it up here. And this should be... Oh, these are all void. So that's bad. So I'll have to update these. Why doesn't this work? Oh. Okay. So turret int. I think they're all static, so that's easy. To the 1. Burn action. To the 1. Spike action. To the 1. Push action. 0. Oh, actually should use the enums. Yeah. Int fail. Yes, fail. Pathing fail. 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 Turn. Success. Looks good. Let's just go through like this. Success. And another int. What is going on here? Okay. Okay, this does. Oh, it goes away. Okay. Spawn action. Fail. 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 Oops. That was nonsensical. Turn success. And that's it. Shadows. Something. What is your problem? Okay, this makes sense. This half-eaten corpse of a function needs to go. And this one's gone. Let's see what happens. Duplicate case value. That's fun. Turret. I think I have them here. Okay. So I have a collision here with between the routines and the entity types. Basically, I'm double using them right now. And to solve this, I first have to... Oh, there are many of them. 47. I first have to rebase the index and what was the error message? Turret and follow. Okay. And yeah, these are the routines. So basically I have to add them down here but only those that have routines. These right here. Two, three, four, five, six. I'm stupid. 25, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 0, 2, 3, 4. Turret. Let's steal these. Could have done this a bit more clever, but I'll get there eventually. Like this. And the rest that are not here. So this is now to code. The rest of them, I'll throw them away. Come on. In this window. I'm not sure why, but this implementation of VI on Linux has the problem that the grep results or any terminal results get overlaid over the characters on screen and are unreadable. That's pretty annoying. Down here, it's okay. Ghost. Return ghost signal. Okay. I should rename these. Just to have them in line with the others. Spawner. And this one is annoyingly exported. But I'll fix that. The compiler complains about it. Okay. So these should all work. Oh, actually, they all won't. They all will not work. I first have to add them all here. So let's do this in 2 phases. And the last one. Okay, so oh, come on. Need all of these. Here. Case 20. Case 2. Hope I haven't cut them here. Oh, still there. Okay. Case 163. Case 208. 29. Case 118. Case 197. And what I want to add here is put routine. Let me make this proper. Put routine E TNS idle 1 turret break. Oh. So close. That's what I meant to do. Okay, so now I can write like pressure. Okay. And that should be enough for those. Let's see what happens. Fall through. Quicksand and what? So turret redefined. Makes sense. These should all go. And so it begins. I should. How do I do this? Maybe I should keep some of them. Yeah, let's remove the conflicting ones first. Those are actually, well, they are all over the place. Stairs. Do I remember? Yeah, push. And spike. Where is it? Over there. Undeclared. Stick. Wait, did I remove that inadvertently? I think I did. Return value in void function. GCC not having courtesy to tell me where the error occurred. Hello. Error return with a value. Oh, there it is. 11. Okay. Int. I never set these. Duplicate case value. Okay. Okay. Again. Implicit declaration of turret. That's right. It's called shop now. Conv. 25. Okay, I think for these, yeah, these are individuals. So I will use the object index for those, and that is 20, 42. Is this even used? No, it's not. Actually, they were here. Door, of course. Because the door is not here. Door. Is it? Yeah. 25. Bulk. Conveyor. Incense. What the hell? No idea when I did that one. Bridge. Well, I have two. So what is it? 6.5. 6.6. That's yeah. Hide. That's 111. 2 614 46 0, and that's it. Oops. It's 117. I should actually note the names. Otherwise this gets impossible. Oh my god, how many are there? Okay. 20, that's... Okay, I know these. What's happening? Hello? Okay. What is happening here? Why are they duplicated? This does not look good. Okay. Um, 66. Pitch high. Pitch low. And 12. Push. Tools. Okay, I like this a lot more already. Okay, this is wrong. Five. Hide. Okay, where am I? 117. Hole. And that's 19. That's 53. 4. 6 to 6. 6 4 8. Stairs up. Stairs down. Start stair. Start stairs up. Start stairs down. One. Teleport. By one. Trigger plate. And 60. Skidder. Okay. So only one. And the limb. Spider web. This will probably yeah, this is just for now. We'll have to change this in the future. Probably the flags. I'm not sure. Well, this is also kind of unsustainable. Yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. It's wrong because I'd lose these flags here. These object types, I made them especially for the case that I didn't want 500 flags on the entities to represent their abilities. So I made these. Now I'm removing them. So that's it's actually not what I want. What did I do here? Let's see. So what I actually want is turret, these. So these are the routines, which is correct. But I need different mnemonics. Or I need to rename the mnemonics of these. Because these are types, but these are routines. As are all of these. Maybe salvo, roast, jab, piston, both direction pattern, block, mud, gas, sand, switch, dispenser, maybe like this. I mean, dispenser. Could be fine. Have to change. Sorry, have to change these here as well. Decoupling these is actually also a bad idea. Why do I... Oh, okay, I get it. I was asking myself what I'm doing. But yeah. So yeah, these are the routines. Not used a single one of those in the game. So yeah, but I'm getting closer. I do need the element types. For the signal handling. Yeah, there's just no getting around that. But that's totally fine. If I routine. Okay. Where's this giant gap here? turrets are gone. Burn are gone, but daggers still exist. So basically I'm back to here where I want all these. Problem is, well, they don't, do they? They will clash with the item names. Make all object types be able to have routines. So yeah, some of these don't exist anymore. So that's bad. If I go in the, where am I here? Nowhere. If I go here, then it is true, except for these names. Oh, great. Switch is a keyword, a reserved word. Switch. I'll be right back. Take a short break. Man, this exploding potion is really a hard nut to crack. But I think I'm looking at this wrong. In the wrong way. Make all object types to be able to have routines. I think that's just a bad idea. Let's revert again. So this potion that they sometimes drop, well, it's not a potion, it's a flask. This one. There's nothing that makes this an item. There's nothing that says that this should be an item. Should it be this? And this solves it all, I think. Elements, explosion thing. How do I make this variable? Just make many of them. Let's not start with explosion because that's hard. Yeah, I can just they must not be combinable. they aren't. So yeah, I'm not sure what's the problem with the way I'm thinking about the code base lately, but I'm definitely not trusting what I have, which is time and again a problem. Let's look at the entities. No flask here. But I have this one. Also not sure about the requirement for objects to have weapons now. Might remove that later. So the only way to have the fuming undead drop the flask right now is through the died signal. Here I have this flag. Drop random equipped item. I mean, that's a fun feature. But this is... I mean, I'm getting into simulation territory here. And I'd rather fake the simulation. Because this is too intricate. But I'll leave it in for now. So what I really want is for this single type of entity to drop this specific item on chance. I could add a new routine between idle and combat. Could name it death, which may be a good idea actually. Like this. Yeah, this looks really good. This looks like something I can understand. So let's remove this. And say, yeah, this will also go. Let's look at the, so this is the flask element. Looking for the idle, combat, death routine. And the routines. What was it? 397. And now where do I call this? That's a good question actually. Signal died. Till item was dropped. I mean, I can remove this as well. Does this... Well, this may be more complicated. So this is the turn. With the routine. So if the hero strikes at an entity, it immediately dies. So I have to do this here. Yeah. I mean, why not? If entity teens death is greater than a 0, then I call this let's check how an entity can die. In 3 ways. That's here through damage. That's here through through some spikes, and that's here through a routine. And it should actually happen in this function, I think. I'm not sure why the signal is not sent here. Oh, okay, there are different ways. Yeah. Okay, it has to be in the signal handler, because then I can control if it should be executed or not. So here, let's look at the do routine. This is, yeah, I'll have to export this. Let's do this. And let's look at how this is called. Do routine have a position? Teens and then 0. And I should set this to 0 just in case. Do I want this? I mean, that's just clutter. Okay, drop random item. I'll still leave that. Yeah. So if an entity dies, this gets called. If it's an NPC and the fuming undead have this, they drop the flask, which I need to implement. Running out of letters here. Maybe a single word. Plant, maybe. Let's call it drop. Oh, that's not good. Should be specific enough so I don't get the idea of well, actually I'm my own worst enemy. Let's call it drop, because I think I removed the other one here. Yeah. Drop ask becomes drop. like this. Then I have the DRPS. Okay, I'll fix that later. Let's see if that crashes. No, it doesn't. In the do routine call, to add this here, drop, drop. And let's go to whip. Steal all this code. Drops an item on dying. Let's steal this code. And with that gone, this can also go. And this too. I'll make it clean just in case I forget it later. So I have this. I need to get the variables here. That's these. These, I don't need the N. I need the temporary entity. That looks okay. So where does it get the item? Okay, it's random from the inventory. Don't want this to be random. Want this to be specific. Item to entity. That's new item. Like this maybe. Just this. Random adjacent position. Return fail maybe. Not sure. That's a fail for sure. I can't create an item. And this should actually have the object passed in. So yeah, I need this to be different. Entity. $397, I believe. Yeah. Drop undeclared. What? Where's this item? Oh, okay, yeah. That could have been a bad bug. Unused P. Let me guess, the parent function also doesn't need it anymore. That's different. The RPS. Unused. Was it here? Okay, I guess so. Drop undeclared. Drop item. Okay. Three. No I. And it builds. Okay. I mean, it should drop the flask or crash. That's also a possibility. That's always in the cards. Drop. if it's did I okay. Where was this again? 6, 2, 7. What? Wrong file. Item to entity, new item. This is correct. If it's 0, yeah, I mean, and it crashes. Oh, it's not an item. That makes sense. That makes total sense. That makes complete sense. I don't need an item, I need an object. So let's look at the spawn function. Put loot, no. I only need this. This is 0. Suggest braces. Thanks. No thanks. Let's keep this safe. Okay. It did what it did. And it's not an item. So I think that's a success. Maybe I should. Okay, they always drop it. Always drop a flask, which is great because it tells me it works. But actually, I want if random 1 in 3. If it's not 1 in 3, then return fail. No, return success. Skip the whole routine. And I wanted the flask to be blocking. And if I look at the flask routine that I need to write, then that's kind of there. Okay. Okay, they're tranquilized. So they're waking up. Let's commit this. Make fuming undead have last drop death. Oh, actually, let's just add death on death routine. Make fuming undead drop flask. So I really have to put in the work and look at the systems that are there and work in their boundaries with their constraints. Not try to break them all the time, which just wastes time, because all the problems I try to solve I've already solved before, so I'm just spinning in circles. I really have to get this into my head. So let's look at the flask routine. What the flask does when it's dropped. Let's steal one here again. Because yeah, instead of making everything universal, I should just punch in the code and be done with it. That's actually, it's getting annoyed by myself for this, for wasting so much time. But yeah, flask action. What does default action mean? There's no other action. So the flask, the flask increments the expiration timer for 5 turns. Put word, maybe something. Put the word here. Let's just say and this is n minus. Okay, so I have to count up because this is initially 0. I don't want to set this somewhere because that's another dependency. So I do the inverse here for a countdown. So if it's actually I can put this here. Hey Andre, how's it going? What's a dependency? Hope you're doing well. Dependency is what I mean is, so this is initially 0 because everything in C that's static is 0. And if I wanted this to be a countdown like this, then I would have to set this to 5 somewhere else in the code, not here, because that would mean this is always 4, but I want this to count down, so I would have to set this in either the initialization functions here and say, okay, this is the flask and it's initially here, but that's a dependency. This code right here depends on the other way around. This code right here depends on the code down, where is it? Down here, with no visual connection whatsoever. So if I remove this, because I think it's just by accident, I removed this, then the code blows up somewhere completely different. So that's what I call a dependency. This has to be 5 for the other code to work. So yeah, I'll just keep it at 0 and increment it. So I don't have that dependency. If you don't initialize XPT, you'll have some sort of panic due to decreasing 0. No, these are just integers. So unless I say, so this entity expt is, I have this function new, well, this is an object, and that's not checked out. So I have this new entity, and this makes a calloc call. So all the fields in the entity are 0 when it comes alive. This is also an entity here. So this is 0 when nobody else touched it, and nobody else touched it here. If I decrement this, it will just go negative. Unless, of course, I say, oh, I have this objects array, oops, and I dereference something. If this is negative, then I'll crash, because that's -1. And arrays can't have negative indices. So yeah, this would crash, but otherwise that's it. This is fine. Yeah, so this is just about this little counter here. Yeah, so I increase the counter and until it's equal to 5, and when it's equal to 5, then I'll blow this flask up. But how I do this, how I should do this is not quite clear. I mean, actually, I think an explosion would be the easiest. Yeah, yes, let's use an explosion. And I need a... I need my directional trick. Where is it? There it is. Entity team. So for all cardinal directions, I get the offset and the position. So I go around the entity on all tiles. I splatter around some yellow dots. And if there's an entity there, this will debuff the entity, but I want to damage it. What? Modified since last, right? What are you talking about? Nothing. Is it just damage? It is. Okay, this is instant kill. How much damage? This should actually be an attack. Well, let's just do 5 damage. And I'll add a light. Maybe that works. I undeclared. What else? Come on. PN. Turn value. Turn success. Repeat. Wait, is this not? Okay, this is called all the time. So there's no return. But what I forgot is I need to kill this entity. Kill the flask. The German job market is an MSc required. Or can you get away with a bachelor or with self-taught skills? You can, well, it depends on what you want to do, but there are many self-taught people here in Germany, and well, as many with a bachelor's, so you don't need a master's at all, I think, for low-level coding jobs, which when I say low-level coding jobs, I mean normal coding jobs. You might need a bachelor or a master for larger companies, big name companies. Yeah, web stuff. Well, you can always get a job in web stuff. But there's big name companies like Bosch or Mercedes. They might require bachelor or masters, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So it's not that strict. Is defined but not used. Oh, it's commented out. Yeah. Implicit declaration. Thank you. Let's look if it blows up. And there's no flask there. And here. Come on. Is that bad luck or is it bugged? Oh, there it is. Oh, 3, 2, 1. And it kind of exploded. Oh, the timer is running already. Well, it's not as effectful as I thought. So let's add some screen shake. And not sure why the light is not showing. I did I not have particle emitting light? Collect lights. No. There's no particles here. So how do I... Well, I think I'll need another object. Is this light? Is this... Well, it's not a float. I should make this a float, I think. Well. And let's make this 3, so it's more exciting. And the drop flask. Let's make this 2. Oh yeah, that's 4, I think. Oh, that was close. Online people say that you could get away with English in German EU companies, but I don't think that would be the case. I have to think about my boss wanting to speak in English instead of his native language. I mean, I think it's not that outlandish. Depends on the field. There may be some areas where foreign workers are just more versed in, and it's actually I think it's pretty common to have at least departments in larger German firms that speak in English. And especially in software, you can count on that people all are versed in English. So it depends on the place, but this definitely happens, yes. And I mean, my boss is wanting to speak in English. Well, I don't think that's a problem. Yeah. And I mean, German companies, at least most of them, have many contacts to other countries, so they have meetings in English all the time anyways. So having English speaking workers isn't that far off from that. So yeah, that's I mean, it depends on the company, but definitely less of a problem than you might think. Okay, I mean, just need some smoke. Okay, let's see if this does... Oh, it does damage. But it looks really bad. How do I add a flash? Not sure. But this is a good bad attempt. Check in. Oops, wrong way. Add exploding flasks. Okay. What was it? Light variant color. Should maybe make this a float. I live in southern Brazil, son of Italians, thinking about using the EU passport to escape the subtropical weather and all the corruption. I'll try to apply it to some jobs once I finish my bachelor's. I speak Italian already, but the IT market in Italy is pretty bad, sadly. Okay. Yeah, sorry to hear about the corruption. That sounds really bad. But the subtropical weather sounds pretty good to me right now in this cold. Once I finish my bachelor's. Yeah, that sounds good. I speak Italian. I know many Italians that live here, where I live. That some came here quite recently. About my age, a bit younger. Okay, I mean, they came here about 10 years ago already. And are working here now. And I know of one girl that started with basically no German. only Italian, but she caught up real quick and started working right away. But I don't think in software. Yeah, but you can speak English, so that's less of a barrier. I'll make myself a coffee real quick. Be right back. So I was looking at the light here. Because if I make this a float, I can reduce it. New light. It's a float. Radius. Is this the radius? Do I still use this as a radius? So I can make this a float. Light color. Okay, this is... Oops. This gets confusing. I have no... Oh, I have a color here. So that's not the light color. Light intensity. So I have the lights, and then light at oh, it is a radius. And the color is the brightness. No, it isn't. Oh, yeah, it is. Kind of. So I have this entity, this light entity that makes a light. Pretty weak one. Light colors pink. Let's make this white. Looks about the same. Oh, that's because no, check the correct values. Where was it? Here. Combine all lights. Let's break this out to make it more readable. Scale light, color, light distance. Color total. Okay, this was this really hairy function here. Don't want to touch this. What I can do is make this radius a float. And I can new light. Oh, this is wrong. This is completely completely weird. This should be light, and this should be color. And then I can also make this consistent with all the other functions. So I have entity light, entity layer, entity light, entity color. Layer, light, color. Okay, that's it. Great. Do I not have a light on the hero? Why is it a color here? Yeah. All pretty confusing. So I have color is pink. Let's make this white. Still super dark. What did I change? Is it this? No. Makes no sense. Need to clean. No. Dude. That's also not it. Then it is this color here. Yeah, color. Is the entity color not set or what? Oh, that might actually be it. Okay. So this was actually correct. Maybe. Think so. But I need this light intensity. And let's do it this way. I need the colored light. Yeah, so this is not working. I need something. I might need a new data field. Problems the entity color, which gets set sometimes, especially for the hero. It might be just a dark brown, and that wouldn't make light. So I think, yeah, I think it's actually I might need a new object type for lights. But that also doesn't work. How do I solve this? Problem is I don't have the light color on the entities. Why am I collecting these in the first place? Light map. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to collect them beforehand. So what I need is another light color, another color, light color. Or or if I leave it like this, I can set the color, turn it on or off, but I cannot fade it. But it should fade on its own. I could also solve this with particle lights, but that's pretty intensive. Maybe I do that. So let's make this LCI so that it's clear once and for all. Light color. And light color. White. White. And where else? Here, light color. And then then here I just have light color, which is this. Radius is always 1. Which is pretty limiting, but that's how it is. Until I have more time to expand on this. LCI. I put light into this frame's alignment. Okay. Makes sense. Also already have that open. LCI. Struct entity 1, 4. Same thing. And in the items, dropping a lamp. This is also a very old code. Let's keep it for now. Torch. Don't think I even have torches in the game right now. Okay, that's the... Didn't I check this out? Signal. What? Okay. Light. Lamp signal handler. So, yeah, this still works. Let's look if there's still light on the surface. Looks good. What was the second part? The second part was particles, particle lights. LMAP. Oh. Oh. I hope the particles are rendered in the world space, which is square, and not the render space, which is rectangular. Rectangular. Render particles. Yes. So I can check if they are in the light map. I don't think that they have light. No. Okay, let's commit this first. That was flame object entity CI. And let's check out the particles. Well, first the structs. Particle and add light color. That shouldn't break anything. Collect lights. Let's look at how they number of particles. Do I have that? Nope. So let's pull them in. And well, they are not in. They are not in the. They are not in a grid. I can't hold them with this. I can. If I need these map to world. I have world. Oh, what? What is this? Oh, I get it. I don't need to check anything. So that's just this. If the actually make new light, take R, float R, and pass it in above for objects. Well, I can just tease it here, make it not build. New lights, layer. Do I have the layer? I think I have. Yes. Particles layer, particles, light color. What is the maximum number of particles? Oops. Thousand. Okay, that's doable. And the radius. I think it's this. L. Static, dynamic, smoothed. Then that's LD. 1, 1, and here this. And that's it. Sure. Now I need a particle that has light. I can just give these no light. Let's see what happens. No, it's not snowing. That's random. The lights maxed out. Maybe it's just too bright. Well, that's sad. Let's give the fire particles light. That doesn't really work either. Let's make this 1. So this should be fire. These blue dots. Maybe, oh, it's break. Let's move them up. The enemy has an Among Us profile. I mean these. Oh yeah, you're right. Now I see it. That's funny. That's actually funny. Maybe I have to swap that to the other side. Okay, this doesn't work, and this doesn't work, and this doesn't work. Actually, let's leave them. Let's leave them up here. LCI is greater than 0. And this is the initialize. Put particle. What's going on? Okay, let's look if this is actually fire. What else would it be? This is an entity. It's in game. Isn't there a render function? There it is. Emit fire. Okay, I mean, these colors aren't great, but they are not what I use. And the number of lights, if I don't have any more lights left, then I break, sure. If the particle light is set, W, great, W is always 0. Oh man. And I'm sure this doesn't work because it's a float. This should work. Oh. Oh, it's updated. The light map is only updated every turn. Oh god. Okay, just for fun, let's see. I think I can unlock the light map pretty easily. But that's a gigantic performance hit. So that's not feasible. Well, I think what I had last time was... I mean a couple of months ago. I set the light map update frequency to real time whenever a lighted particle was there. So maybe I'll do that. But this might also completely tank the performance. So, update light map. Here. Once per turn. Or when it's dirty. Well, I mean, it's still running. And it works. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought, but I also have a pretty big graphics card. It was pretty bad on my laptop. Okay, it's just too bright on the overworld to see light, which is not good actually. Let's see if I can nudge that. That should get my attention. That is in the... I am still here. Okay, diffuse. Something diffuse. No, it's day. I renamed it to day. From dark to 1. Let's see what dark is. 0.5 to 1. Let's say 0.75. Light 0. Come on. 7.5. Light value. Okay. Wrist. Oh yeah. It's hitting the performance. What's the Mongo? Oh, tag complete here. Mango. Shooting. What are these spikes? That's crazy. I mean, there ought to be spikes because of the turns, but not well, idle. That might also be OBS, so yeah, that's not a real indicator. But I feel that it's kind of slowed down. But what's pretty cool about the lighted particles is that I can have them move across the screen. Be, what are they called? Lightning bugs? Something like that. I mean, it's amazing for the atmosphere. And I can make an option and say, okay, turn this off to save performance. But actually, if I'm running the game in with GCC 0, so might actually not be that bad when I turn the optimizations on. So I wanted to fire here. Let's give this back to snow. See what happens. Yeah, I'm building without optimizations. That's why it's so fast. If I can actually test this right now. I'll have to rebuild anyways. So if I go into my make file, in the Linux flags, then I have here O0. Let's push this to O2. And you'll see how much longer this takes. So it's at least 3 times as long, and I don't want to wait this long. And actually debugging is harder with optimizations on. Mango. Let's see if this is better. That's pretty flat in the editor. Oh, okay. It begins in the overworld. Don't get it. What is this green line showing? Makes no sense. It looks much worse here. Anyways, pretty useless. There's the bridge. So let's look if the snow makes color. Light. Oh, this is rain. Rain. Oh, there was snow. Missed it. Snow. Well, this is actually pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So I think it runs better with optimizations. It's a locked 60. Pretty much locked. So yeah. I could go to 03 optimization. But I've had problems with that before. But actually, let's just try it. I won't start anything else today anyways. So let's push this all the way. So this is 03. It built, so that's great. Feels more snappy, honestly. Okay, setting down the light was pretty good idea. Don't like that the trees are so dark. But I can... Oh, but that's a shader issue. But this looks pretty awesome. For this small amount of graphics, this looks pretty good. Give me snow. There's the snow. think I don't have a light on the player. Or do I? I think I do. So this is actually, I'm pretty satisfied with this graphics situation. The FXAA that I added yesterday really brings this together. Also, the weird coincidence that the darkness shadow, the darkness fog that I added makes it so that the snow fades into the screen when it appears. It fades in. I haven't programmed that at all. That's pretty amazing. So yeah, I can. Let's move around a bit. This is pretty snappy. Mango. Oops. Let's go somewhere else. Yeah, the black trees are bad. I like this the most. And okay, so with all three, this is pretty nice. And I still have a lot of places in the code where I can optimize things. And I will definitely have to make this real-time light map update be optional. But I will test this on my 10-year-old laptop. And who knows, maybe it runs well. No, let me jump to the snow. Oh, missed it. It's in the bottom left. Fog, snow, there it is. I could actually and I had this at one point, move a shadow over the light map to simulate clouds passing overhead. This lighted snow almost has the same effect. And this is 2D light, so the height of the snow should actually make no difference of the snow particle. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it comes across on stream pretty well. It's actually much darker on my end. The exploding flask. The exploding flask. Splat. I don't want... Well, it's actually not easy. Maybe I don't make an explosion. I can... Oh, that would actually be much more interesting. An object. A fire object. A fire object. Well, what happens if you stand on it? I mean, you burn. I can do this real quick. Yeah, so let's take the light from the snow and look at flask. Drop flask. Why is this? Okay, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Flask action. If the entity around the exploding flask is 0, is null, continue. Do I damage them if the else, if it has something on its ground, then do nothing. Actually, let's destroy the ground. How do I do this? That's not fast enough. Kill that obstacle, like it's there. I can just, if it's not null. So this is dangerous, but I think I can do this. Free it. Come on. If the and then I can say a new entity and I want this to be an element. Oh, come on. Don't I have something? Limit none. Let's take this. Fire. Height is 0. Size 1. And the type 2 maybe. Red. Light color is yellow. HP. Okay. So this is a 1620EL. If the entity is 0, I was getting some T when you build using O3. The difference in build time was large. It's compared to O2, it's not that bad. So this is a clean build with O3. Until it breaks, of course. It's about 3 to 4 times slower than the unoptimized build. Let me change that back actually. But it was worth the performance, I think. Is O2 more aggressive? No, O3 is the most aggressive. You have O0, that's no optimizations, and then it goes up, adding more optimizations. till you reach all three. PA, where was this entity? Okay. So this is actually wrong, this code. If the entity nearby is 0, then just place it there. Okay, let's just create the entity. Create it if it's put a if 0, 3, oh god, this gets complicated. P, E, L, E, F. So if nothing's there, place it. If something is there and there's something at its ground, kill the ground and set the ground to the entity. Here in Gentoo you can build the entire system with all three, but it's not recommended due to multiple breakages. Yeah, I had breakages with all three as well. But this time it worked fine. But yeah, all three is really aggressive. So it might break things, yeah. And it's on other systems as well, I believe. So not just yours. Might run fine on yours, but not on others. So for all directions, make a new entity. Make the fire entity. If there's something there on the tile, if there's nothing there on the tile, then put the fire there. Return success. Oh, that's not return. That's bad. This is return. No, also not. Else, if there's something there and its ground is not null, kill the ground and then set this to the ground. This should maybe work. Who knows? And I want what did I look up here? Okay, fire. Oh, I already have fire for the particle. What do I call the object? Flames. Should maybe be the other way around. particles, fire, flame. Not clean. Fire. In entities and game. Flame. And here. Structs, elements. Fire. Okay, O3 is much longer, but it also stopped here. Much slower. Where am I? No, A1. That makes sense. Okay. So it sets the light. Oh, I wanted to add the emitter, and that was 6. It's not an obstacle. So let's see what happens. Okay, 1 fire. It's better than nothing. Actually, not a bad sprite. That's pure luck. Pure luck, but why is it red? Okay, yellow. Emitter. Actually, I want this part. Flames. Light color. Maybe try yellow. Do I have an orange? May have an orange. I have an orange. What is that? Sand 1. Drop the flask. There it is. Okay, a light is cool. But why is it only 1? Entities. Why? Oh, stupid. Oh. Wow. That was pretty nice, actually. Pretty nice effect. Let's use red maybe. That might be overkill, but yeah. Red. Why did it drop the flask underneath itself? Makes no sense. That's actually pretty cool. Why is the... Man, this colored lighting is something. Oh yeah, I think they just multiply the many lights. I wish I could make them flicker. Maybe use it for some hell dungeon later on. Yeah, maybe. It really looks like it. So it's not far off. Maybe a bit darker red, but I don't have a darker red. Maybe let's go back to the orange. Is there something else I wanted to check? I think I wanted to move them to the overworld and see how it looks there. Yeah, it could be a bit lighter, but this is, yeah. And it feels like there's no light on the hero. It's weird. Let's move the hero back up. It's actually the most important object. I mean, yeah, it's just white. It might get completely overpowered. So let's entities. Let's give it a 50-50 chance. Of placing a fire. Or maybe 2 and 3. So 2 out of 3 times it places it. And let's move these guys to the forest. Nothing here. Nothing here. 1. What's going on? Oh, there it is. It makes red. So that's okay. Could be improved, definitely. But not all bad. Come on, once. What, no, only one? Is that bad luck? Or is it bugged again? Oh, it's not bugged. And the screen check is extreme. .5, okay. Maybe I increased the drop chance of these things. Also only one. There's an interesting boundary here. Don't know about that. Oh, there it is. One last thing. And that's making it expire. Actually, an underground dungeon with lava, molten magma would be pretty sick. Do they not take turns? Don't expire. Game. Update debuffs. They are called in the elements. It should also be garbage collected. Always write this function wrong. What? Okay, I guess I can't. can't use the expiration timer for the flask. If the expiration time, because it gets decremented. How else can I do this? If the number of turns, oh my god, can I do increment n modulo? Oh, I can't plus, I can't. That would be very bad. The number of turns modulo 5. Are greater than 0. But this counts up. 3 minus, oh god. That's 3. That's n. If n minus greater than 0, return. This could work. Three, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. This doesn't work. Oh, because I'm still using this R. If R equals this thing is greater than 0, I don't want to do this. Well, if R is greater than 0, so theoretically there should be a 1 in 3 chance of it immediately exploding. Oh, great. Never gets to 0. It never gets to... Oh yeah, sure. Because this is at most 2. Yeah. Just thinking about the R value, if that's still displayed correctly. Right. This works. 210. Why do they expire so fast? 1. Yeah, it's exactly 1. if it's greater than... Oh, great. Give me a bottle. To 1. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Should maybe signal expiration or something. Oh man. Okay, that's it. I'm increasing the drop chance. There, is it here? That's the fire. Drop flask. One in 3. Okay. Oh, what happened? Okay. Rare chance. So that's better. Well, it should maybe not emit particles if it's dead. If E dead equals 0. And I should also change the color. Change this. And also there needs to be... player needs to be damaged. Actually, all entities need to be damaged when they walk over it. Over the fire. Make fire that and become gray on expiration. All right. Stone. Okay, let's commit this all in. One of these days I'll have to make a cleanup stream because I've collected a lot of to-dos, small to-dos. But yeah, maybe I'll collect a few more. So when I look at my to-dos for today, I did nothing. I did none of those. Oh, actually, that's not true. I did the exploding potion. So that's good. That's actually about it. That's depressing. We tested the real time lighting. Oh, that's not right. I added particle. Oh, I can't write. Added particle lights. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, let's look at the task list, how bad it is. Status. Oops. Right. Yeah. Is this the particle light commit? Nope. Add fire object and what? And that's it. What is this? Okay. Let's begin the push process. Okay, it's overall -1 day. Fuming undead. Still not finished. But close. -1 day. I can clean up these. That was just for calculations. Yeah, actually, my mindset has to change to how can I implement this new feature in a smart way with what I have, changing it slightly if I have to, and yeah, adhering to what's already there. Which is harder, of course, than coming up with something new. But yeah, that's a challenge. Especially with so much uncertainty everywhere, but it'll be fine. Tomorrow I will start with one of the other three. And once those are done, other four, well, once those are in the game, we'll have to review the direction. The direction the game is heading in, and because I have long lists of requirements written down long ago, I'll have to check that I'm still in line, and then course correct accordingly. So that'll be mind-numbing, but also fun. So let's update the website and the log, and that's make explode timed exploding potion. It's not a potion, but spreading add particle lights, and well, that's it. Test real time lighting. Maybe I should write here what didn't work, because I spent like 3 hours on stupid stuff today. But well, it's archived on this stream, so that's fine. Just in case someone asks. No one will ask. I don't know why I'm thinking that anybody's interested in what didn't work today. Because I'm certainly not, because I want to forget it as soon as possible. Make pushing entities shootable. Remove flag. This is all just busy work. I'm not sure why I got so sidetracked these past 2 days. Fade and infinite. Okay. Make debuffs an array. Oh yeah, actually that's the title of the stream. And I didn't do any of that. So, sorry for misleading. If you read the title, for come here. Make exploding potion. Okay, that's checked off. And yeah, that's actually not happening. Remove. Oh, that may actually happen. Okay. So that's it from me for today. It's 22nd. That seems correct. Yeah. So I hope you have good rest of your day or night. And maybe someone is reading secretly. Good night. Thanks for the live. Thanks, Andre, for checking in. Appreciate it. Always nice. And don't want to launch this. Okay. So, have a good night. See ya.